Literally, like I said, ran 99 miles an hour on every run yesterday because it was hot. It's a little bit cooler at the moment. That's giving him his 100-mile-an-hour ticket. He'll be more than pleased. Now, don't forget, today's Run What You Brung is Japanese vehicles only. That does include cars and bikes. Get yourself signed on via the website. Unfortunately, we do not take cash in person. That reminds me, I still have to do the COVID announcements every once in a while. I don't know if we've got the live stream on today, but either way, I have to do it for your safety. If you're going onto the banking, make sure you're walking along the top of the banking. Choose your spot on the grass, socially distanced from other people, make your way down and sit down. Anything above 5 foot, COVID hovers around there, so if you could be sitting down on the bank, that would be wonderful. When you're finished with the bank watching, walk down to the bottom and come along the concrete pad. It's a one-way system. Arriving on the bank via the top, leaving the bank via the bottom. If you're going into the grandstands, please make sure you are using the correct stairwells. Some of them do say no exit. It's in plain English. If it says no exit, please do not use that stairwell to leave the grandstand. That means that is an entrance stairwell and there'll be people coming up, and if you bump into each other, boom, COVID. You catch it. I think that's all my COVID regs done. We're safe for at least an hour. As long as you've all got it in your head. Right, 2 Civics. $13.76 and a $7.57. Do you think he missed a shift and he was like, I'm just going to lift off and pretend something happened? No one's got the button. There you go, it's promised. We got 4 wheels. We got 2 wheels. As long as they're of the Japanese variety, more than welcome to come and join us on the drag strip. Okay, well, these two were racing all day yesterday, and the boot on the MR2 looks like it's to be open as well, or at least propped up. Is it going to open on me? No, it's not. There it goes. Active aero spoiler on the back. Still goes through with 1148 of the 133. Issues for the Civic, unfortunately. Those two raced each other all day yesterday. And with that, our little Toyota, who opened the show, is back for his second run of the day. So as I told you, Parent lanes are pretty empty at the moment. Don't leave it till lunchtime when it's the hottest point of the day to come and join us on the drag strip, because at that point you're just going to be heat soaking your engine. The air is not going to be as dense and you're going to run slower. Get yourself signed on, £35. Get yourself some unlimited runs. Come and join us in the pairing lanes. Let's see. Testing, testing, testing. Let's get this Sunday started, shall we? Well, there's some dark clouds above us, but they're just floating on by. Other than that, it is a very, very humid day here at Santa Pod Raceway. It is Japshow Lite. Yay! Chris Young is in the house saying sound. Do apologise, we had the mics down. We were trying to solve something with the PC. All done now. We're all good. So first of all, I've been chatting away to the crowd here at Santa Pod Raceway, but if you're watching on our live streams, be it on YouTube channel at Santa Pod TV or our Facebook page, Santa Pod Raceway, good morning to you wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the Santa Pod Raceway live feed from Japshow Lite. If you're watching on any of our live streams, let us know where you're watching from. Let's get this day kicked off. Obviously today is a Run What You Brung day for the Japanese variety of vehicles only, be it cars or bikes. Let's go. So looking onto the banking, make sure, as you can see, our security gun is coming towards you now. If you're making your way onto the banking, please do not be standing at the top. COVID will get you at the highest point there. Please make your way onto the banking somewhere and sit down. Give it a little socially distanced area away from other people. If you're arriving on the bank, come along the top. Find yourself a seat on the grass, and when you've finished watching racing, you want to maybe come and look at the show and shine area. Come down to the bottom of the bank and walk along. But again, just a reminder, if you are on the bank, please make sure you're sitting down. I don't need to remind the people in the grandstand because you have wonderful seats and you use them well. Right, the Toyota Supra back round. Now, a few people that will be watching on the live stream will be like, what, I've seen this car already. Yeah, the cars are hot lapping today. So if you're not here, then you're missing out. And if you are here and you're not signed on yet, go and get yourself signed on for £35. Do it online via your phone, sitting in the grandstand. You can get yourself signed on now and then make your way to the lanes. It's £35 for unlimited runs. Some of our cars are already on their fourth run of the day, and it is only $9.52. Cheers, dude. The beautiful sounds of the rotary engine. The RX-7 background for another run. First run of the day was a 1270 at 109. See what he gets on this one, shall we? 1304 at 108. Now, this is the only downside to a little bit of hot lapping, is your cars are going to get warm. As your cars get warmer, well, they generally get slower. So do think about that when you're coming around, because literally I think you're joining in the back of the queue and just basically getting to run again in around about 5 minutes time. So do think of your cars. Well, boot secured this time on the MR2. And this run goes through the top end, 1183 at 103. So 0.3 of a second difference with the boot close. Active aero for you. Okay. So Adam Skinner with the Rat down there. You're maybe wondering why there's a Fiat on the start line. Basically it has a Toyota MR2 turbo engine in the back of the little Fiat. Launched hard there, lifting the front wheels. Little wobble around the 8th mile, goes through with an 11.28 at 128. Mark Tutnett says, where can we find the timing? etslips.co.uk. If you have your race number, you'll be able to punch it in and get all your racing slips for the day. Or if you just want to see what the cars are running throughout the day, you can go to etslips.co.uk, and that is kind of rolling and updating throughout the day after every run, so you can see the numbers if you should need to. Well, it was a timid start for the Subaru. $13.43 at 109 in our STP lane. The Subaru goes through with a 16.81 at 86 miles an hour. Now, obviously, we have the live streams on YouTube channel, Santapod TV, and our Facebook page. So good morning to you all tuning in. Thank you very much. To be honest, I didn't even know we were Facebook Live this morning for the first 10 minutes. But luckily, the sound wasn't working anyway. I'm guessing that means we will probably be back whenever we have our lifestyle shows. Obviously, Run What You Brung days, we don't generally run the live stream. But if we have a lifestyle show, I think maybe they'll be turning them on, especially the race events. We want to try to get them out. But don't forget, we are a COVID secure venue. Everything is outdoors, bar the shop and the calf. You have to wear your face mask in there. Otherwise, everything else is basically outdoors. Even our bar is, which is not open yet, for another hour. You've got table service there for outdoors as well, so do come and join us as soon as you can for any of our events here at Santapod Raceway. We're basically now open for business every weekend. At that point, I pause while I try and find the calendar. There it is. Japshow Lite today. Saturday night special next weekend. So that means we go from 9:30 in the morning till 8 o'clock in the evening. The Sunday is a BMW show light. So again, much like this, BMW only show on the drag strip, be it cars or bikes. Minis are obviously included in that because they are of the BMW brand. We'll have BMW only show and shine. Traders and more. I thought I was missing an event. Following week after that, on the 19th, again, is a Saturday night special. Run What You Brung from 9:30 till 8 o'clock in the evening. Sunday the 20th being the Retro Show Lite. And then our last weekend of June is our Festival of Power Unlocked, the big race meeting where you're going to see our see and taste our first bits of nitromethane for 2021. Tickets for all of our shows are available on santapod.co.uk. So do come and join us for so many events coming up. The Fast Show Reloaded, Dragstalgia, Summer Nationals, Bug Jam, USC, Mopar Nationals, Das Auto Show, Greenlight Nationals, Monster Truck Nationals. Basically every weekend from now until November we have events on here at Santapod Racing, so hopefully you're going to come and join us if you're watching on the live stream. Just gives you a little taste of the stuff going on here at Santapod Racing. Don't forget the live stream is presented to you completely free. So thank you very much for joining us. And if you love the service that much, you can super chat on our YouTube channel, which means you make a small donation of whatever you want. Your name will be highlighted for that post. So if you want to write something and you want to get a specific message read out, maybe like use it as a sponsor slot, or maybe you want to call someone's birthday, use the super chat button on our YouTube channel. And the same for Facebook. If you use Facebook stars, there's a way of donating. Again, if you use the Facebook stars, we shall read that out as well, because it is highlighted as stars. It's the best way to get your message read out by me throughout the day. Otherwise, I'm going to be concentrating, obviously, on the racing on the drag strip as we move back on to four wheels. Adam Skinner is already at the head of the lanes with the Rat. So again, if you are on site and you want to get yourself signed on for Run What You Brung, please do so now. Go to santapod.co.uk. You can find the Run What You Brung ticket section. Get yourself signed on online and get yourself down into the lanes. Pop into the Run What You Brung sign-on office, show them your voucher. They'll give you the wristband and we'll get you on the drag strip as the Yaris. As the Toyota comes round for yet another run. Well, one of the cars spent a lot of time wheel spinning. I'm going to take it a wild guess it is the Toyota. Civic goes through with a 14.30 at 107. It's a good trap speed at 107. 2.660 foot though. Right. Okay, something looking a little bit more racy. El Toro. Now we saw this Nissan Skyline a couple of times last year just doing some test hits. As you can see, fully caged, slicks on all corners. Nice soft launch. Power starts coming in around about 300 foot. Doing 112 at the 8th and goes through with a 1096 at 148. You can tell by the performance there, taking it really lazily off the line. There's a lot of power in that car. The weirdest thing is reminding people that for quite a lot of our racers, particularly, this is probably their first runs of the year, even though it is June. Well, the 200SX, big flames coming out the exhaust as it goes through the finish line, but goes through with a 12.22 at 100 miles an hour. So you can see off the throttle because he was doing 98 miles an hour at the 8th. There you go. So, windows up. Oh, he almost stalled it. Now he's going to have the angry face as he tries to chase down the Subaru in the STP lane. Doing a good job of it. Goes through with a 1398 and 99 and a 1555 at 102. He's probably gutted. Oh yes, Nissan Micra. Look at it in all its glory. It's going to be a sleeper. It's just going to surprise me. I know it. It's taking on the RX-7. Well, the RX-7 being a little bit light on the back end, spinning the wheels around about 80 foot. Doing 87 at the 8th, goes through with a 1335 and 105, and the mighty Micra continues on. Goes through with a 1949 at 68. It's all about value for money, ladies and gentlemen. The Micra had more time on the drag strip, so he enjoyed it more. Don't you worry. If you've got a Japanese vehicle and you want to get yourself on the drag strip, be like the man in the Micra or the woman in the Micra. Get yourself on the track and enjoy it, especially today. Seems to be quite a quiet day so far. It will get busier as the day goes on. At exactly the point where it gets hottest, no doubt. It's always weird when I'm looking out the window and a car comes backwards at speed. Wow, the GTO that's racing today is a little bit quicker than the one yesterday. He had me a little bit disappointed yesterday, whereas this lady in this one is much quicker. I feel a lot more confident. She goes through with a 16.09 at 84. Even better, it goes quicker and quicker. As I was saying yesterday, showing my age. Gran Turismo, about 20 years old. Used to get the GTO. Used to absolutely love that car in the game. And then we had one here yesterday. It was just running 19s. And I was like, no, it can't be that. It was like, never meet your heroes. She's redeeming it there for me, bringing it back into the low 16s. Maybe we'll see a 15 from it. Said to you. It's like a holiday camp with this music, isn't it? Wow. Drag strip's only been open for 45 minutes, and Bob and Ian are already out there doing a hand spray of glue in the 60-foot area and sledding over with the tractor. In case you're wondering why they were doing that. On a normal race weekend, say like last weekend, it was VW Breakout, or a couple of weeks before, it was Spring Speed Nationals, when we have like 90% of the vehicles going around on the track with slick tyres. They're basically putting down rubber on the start line and the rest of the track to make it nice and sticky, and it basically maintains that level throughout the day. On Brung days like today, where we're probably 95% of the vehicles going on the track are treaded tyres. Unfortunately, the treaded tyres pull up the glue from the start line, and it's basically in the first 60 foot where most of the cars suffer with wheel spin and stuff like that. So every once in a while we'll be stopping, putting down a little bit more glue in the 60 foot. And then you'll see on the back of the tractor is some old slicks, and basically Ian will press those slicks into the drag strip, and it's effectively like someone doing a big rolling burnout over basically the start line or around about the first 100 foot, and basically bringing up the level of prep on the track, trying to keep it even and nice and good for all of our street cars going out today. Back onto two wheels. 9:54 is the target for the bike in the auto glim lane. I'm going to assume he's probably not happy with that start, the way he flung his hand on the start line, doing 123 at the 8th. Goes through with a 9:74 this time at 148, and a 12:29 at 106. the longest drone of the bike engine, leaving it in gear all the way down. Still went through with a 976 though at 139, his best run of the day. As with that, we move back onto four wheels. Just coming up to 20 past 10 on this Sunday morning, Japshow Lite 2021. As we said earlier this morning, the Show and Shine, the Autoglim Show and Shine was pre-book only and was basically maxed out on pre-book already before the show had started. At 11 o'clock, if you wanted to get your vehicle into the Show and Shine and you hadn't pre-booked and you turned up and you were like, I wanted to get into the Show and Shine, you can go around to the Show and Shine arena area just with your person. Go to the Show and Shine outdoor trading sheddy thing, trailer. Go and speak to them and see if anyone hasn't turned up. If one of our pre-booked cars hasn't turned up, then obviously you can take their spot. They'll give you the form to fill out and you can get your car around because judging begins at 12 o'clock. Right, Terry Newton and Chris Eads on the start line, identifying as Japanese cars. Terry had a tough old day yesterday trying to get the gears in the Escort van, as it looks like he is doing so today. As Chris drives past him, probably smiling in his Focus, and goes through with a 1410 at 102. $15.51 at 89, unfortunately for Terry, which is a shame because that van is capable of going down right onto the edge of the low 10s. Hopefully it's going to be a 9-second van at some point. In fact, it'll probably be the first single-digit van front-wheel drive-wise that we have in Europe if he manages to do it and manages to get the gears. But he's got today and tomorrow. You will probably notice if you are on site today, a lot of cars turning up and heading to the top end of the pits that are not Japanese. That's because we have a private test day here tomorrow, so quite a few of our racers will probably be arriving today to sit and chill and watching the racing today. Okay, so second runs for this pair of Subarus. Unfortunately, the white Subaru in the STP lane fluffed it on the start line, but would have been quicker than the black Subaru in the Autoglim lane, so he's looking for a redemption. Pretty similar 60 foots at the 8th mile. It looks like the white Subaru is doing 77 to a 78 in fact, but I think his better reaction time is going to get him there first with a 14.09 at 100 to a 14.35 at 100 miles an hour. Yes. So in the Autoglim lane, the Nissan 200SX goes through eventually with a 14.81 at 77. As I was looking at the computer expecting him to finish a couple of minutes before. Right on the start line, what have we got now? Oh yes, look, our Micra's back and he's balked a friend. See, now he means business because he's facing up against a Micra. He's folded in the wing mirrors. That gives him an extra 5 horsepower. Second run of the day was a 1949. First one was a 1941 at 68. So both runs have been at 68 miles an hour for our red Micra. Now the Micra in the Autoglim lane has looked like he's on steroids. Got the wide arches, the roll cage. Fighting the torque steer as he goes, doing 73 miles an hour at the 8th. And goes through with a tasty 1510 at 92. And a 1948 at 68. Right, Subaru's going to get there first. 1379, 102 to a 1486. There you go, Osborne. That answers your question. EP3 on the start line. Abu. Oh, slow gear shift from first to second. But still keeping ahead of the Toyota, and the Honda's going to go through the finish line first with a 1453 and 105 to a 1653 at 80 miles an hour. So a good number of our cars are already put in a load of runs. If you want to get yourself signed on for today's Run What You Brung, it is only open for Japanese vehicles only at the moment. So be that car or bike, as long as it's Japanese. We've got a couple of invited guests, as you've seen. A couple of the Fords slipped on. But if you do want to get yourself on the drag strip, it is just £35 for unlimited runs, and hopefully you've brought enough fuel, because at the moment some of the people are really getting a lot of laps in today. The only way to get yourself signed on for Run What You Brung is to go to the SantaPod website, santapod.co.uk, and you can get yourself your Run What You Brung voucher for today. Just go visit the sign-on office, display your voucher, show your driving licence, and we'll get you on the drag strip. Osborne K20 says, I am from Greece, otherwise I would be there. So in fact, there's a good race on in Greece at the moment as Sierra. In fact, shared a couple of photos on European front-wheel drive from Spyros Patmandidis. He's been taking a few photos at Sierras in Greece that's on today. In fact, there is quite a lot of races going on around Europe today. It feels like we are back. It really does feel like we're back. Although we've still got COVID in the air and we're having to be careful, there is so many races going on around Europe today. I've got that happy feeling again. Obviously, it's Japshow Lite here at SantaPod Raceway today. We've got a private test day tomorrow. There's racing going on at Arad International Airport in Romania, Halfar Raceway in Malta, Race Park in Russia, Kishkalatsa in Hungary, and as I said, Sierras in Greece. So there's loads of races going on around Europe today. Been watching the Russian racing, which has basically been like a 5.5 mile racing yesterday. Unfortunately, our rider in the STP lane there almost got off the bike. But in the Autoglim lane, goes through with a 10, 15 and 134. That's his best run of the day. The RX-8 waiting patiently on the line for the Civic. They get the green lights. Now the better reaction time was to the RX-8, but the Civic has driven around him at the half track. 70 miles an hour to 62. Toyota MR2 with the K20 engine here in the back, taking on the Toyota Galanza. We don't have enough of them racing over here in the UK. Obviously, being the Jap show, a lot of you people have come along to watch the Japanese cars. If you do like your little Toyota Starlets and Galanzas, take a trip over to Malta. They absolutely love them over there. There's so many of them running down into the 9s. They even have some of the cars running down into the 8s, front-wheel drive, of course. So if you do like your Galanzas, take a trip over to Malta at some point when we can. Go and check them out. They do have racing on, in fact, today. But I don't think the live stream is on for them, unfortunately. So, a pair of Subarus. Our Auto Glim Lane driver is on run number 14. That is run number 14 today. Run number 14 in 2 hours. That car has taken some serious abuse. There you go. If you want to get yourself signed on today, do so, because people are lapping. Plenty of other stuff to do around site as well today. Don't forget, we've got all of our traders back on site. It's great to see so many of our traders back here at Santa Pod Raceway. Please do go visit all the stalls as you're going around. There is car parts, clothing, stickers. There's a couple of remapping companies here. So technically you could, at the moment, you could go down the quarter mile, get a couple of runs in, see what it does. Go and get your car remapped by, say, Midlands Mobile Tuning. They're out there. And then you can go and do another run, and if it doesn't go any quicker, go, oi, I didn't go any quicker. Sounds like the Supra's below me again. No, I lie, it's the GTR. And another GTR. So the first run for El Toro was a 1096 at 148. Well, as you can see, 148 is a stupendous top end speed. Just needs to get the launch sorted. Burn down on the start line with a green Neva car wanting to go. Okay, so 60 foot, a bit better this time, 174, 116 at the 8th, and El Toro goes through with a 992 at 142 miles an hour, and a 1310 at 118 in the other lane. Wow, looks like the Civic's got his handful here. Is he going to have the top end power to catch the Toyota? I don't think he is. Toyota gets there with a 1595 at 89 to a 16.2. Nitro MR2 has clearly got a lot of power in the car. Unfortunately running on treaded tyres, so trying to find that balance between getting the grip, making it spin, and also getting the wheel speed. This time goes through with a 1261 at just 89 miles an hour, so on the brakes at the top end there as he was doing 98 at the 8th mile. Best view in the house. Nissan Micra. Watching the GTR. Going to the distance. 968 goes through in 1161 at 125. What can our boy do in the Micra? Looking to beat 1941. Goes through with a 1920 at 68. New personal best. Good lad. Unfortunately, it looks like the radiator or something coolant wise is leaking on the bike, so just give us a few seconds while we do a little cleanup on the start line. If at this point you are leaving the grandstand, please make sure you are using the correct exits. And if you're coming into the grandstand, please make sure you're using the correct entries. There are signed pretty well, pretty easy. If you're about to walk down the steps and it says no exit, please do not go down there. It's quite simple. It just means you're going to meet someone coming up and a boom, COVID. If you're coming on to the banking, make sure you're walking along the top of the banking. Find yourself a nice spot on the grass, socially distanced from other people. While you may feel perfectly fine sitting next to someone, it might be upsetting them if you are too close. So do please think of others when you're sitting down on the banking. And when you're finished watching on the banking, make sure you walk to the bottom and come along the concrete pad. And you can make your way around into the pits. We've got loads of traders on site selling stuff from clothing, car parts, stickers, sunglasses, sun hats. They were used last weekend. Number plates, remaps. And as you pass all the traders, you continue into the pits. There is all of our Japanese show and shine vehicles as well, which is very well attended. And it is now coming up to 8 minutes to 11. As I said earlier today, the show and shine was completely sold out in pre-entry online. But at 11 o'clock, so aka now in 7 minutes time, if you had a vehicle you wanted to get into the Autoglim Show and Shine arena, at 11 o'clock, if you are standing by the Show and Shine trading trailer thing that's there, you can't miss it, it says Santapod, it's all grey. Go and speak to them, see if there has been any no-shows or any people that have dropped out. And at 11 o'clock, if they have any spaces left, they will open it up to anyone else who comes to see them at 11 o'clock, which is in 7 minutes' time. They'll give you the form and you can drive your car around into the Show and Shine arena, where judging begins at 12 o'clock. So again, if you want to get your vehicle into the Show and Shine area, you need to walk round to the Show and Shine area, go up to the Santapod Show and Shine trade stand, go and speak to them, see if they've had any pre-order dropouts. If they've got any spaces, they'll squeeze you in, and judging begins at 12 o'clock. Up with me. Well, a couple more passes with the tractor and we will be back underway with the drag strip. If you're watching on the live stream, be it Santapod TV, our YouTube channel, or Santapod Raceway on Facebook, good morning. Hopefully you're having a good day. This Sunday morning is coming up to 11 o'clock, so it is Sunday sermon time where we play some, let's get out the religious music, shall we? No, we won't, don't worry. If you enjoying the live stream, make sure you come and join us tomorrow. It won't be the same live stream tomorrow because it is a private test day organised by Yam Yam Racing, but we do have around about 80 entrants, some really good cars coming here tomorrow, all mix of vehicles. If you want to join us for that tomorrow, you will have to go to European Front Wheel Drive on Facebook. There will be a live stream. It won't be as good live stream as you're seeing today. It will literally just be a video from the tower. But it's just the best we can do on a private test day, obviously, because that is organised by a private person. So it's down to them. And as you can imagine, a normal live stream comes with costs. And live streams cost money, whereas doing a single video from my iPad from up in the tower is free. So that's, if you need help getting through your Monday tomorrow, feel free to come and join us on European Front Wheel Drive for the private test day that we have. And with that, we are back with the action. Civic Type R taking on the Mitsubishi Evolution. Check it now, Ian. Check it now. Any better? Any better? I'm watching your hands, maybe. The Galanza is back. Oh, wheel spin on the start. So the Integra's best run so far has been a 13.77. The Galanza was a 15.67. Goes through with a 14 and a 16.1. See, I made him nervous. Well, the cars and bikes keep coming thick and fast in our Run What You Run parent lanes. But again, just a reminder, if you want to get yourself signed on for Run What You Run, then you can do. Go onto the website, santapod.com. You can find the links for Run What You Run and get yourself a track voucher for today. It's just £35. You get unlimited runs. And as you've seen from this morning, some of the cars that are going around, we have many, many cars that are already in the double digits of runs, and it is, well, it's 11 o'clock. That's not bad going for 2.5 hours. What's the most important thing about 11 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, at Santapod Raceway? It means the Fuelers Bar is now open for alcoholic beverages, should you feel the need to quench your thirst. One of our COVID updates for the Fuelers Bar is, unfortunately, you cannot go into the bar anymore. For the moment, you have to go underneath the canopy, sit at a table. On the table, there are QR codes or a website just below if you're like me and would look at a QR code and go, I have no idea how that works. But you basically type in the website, you order, like the Weatherspoons app, basically, but just a more Flintstone-style version. You're going to order your drinks via the website, which again means you're paying via your phone. And then your drinks are brought out to you, and you have table service in the Fuelers Bar. Some might call it posh. And also a reminder, 11 o'clock right now, there should be a queue of people at the Show and Shine by Autoglim Traders unit going, is there any spaces? Is there any spaces? Is there any spaces? Right about now is the time you can go and check to see if there are any non-shows, no shows, or people who have just decided not to do the show and shine. If there's any spaces, right about now is the time that they will let you know yes or no. Show and shine judging begins at 12 o'clock, goes on till 2 o'clock, and approximately 2:30 this afternoon, our show and shine winners are announced on our Facebook page, Santa Pod Raceway. Unfortunately, due to COVID, there are no trophy presentations. The winners are announced on the Santa Pod Facebook page, and then if you are lucky enough to be one of the winners of the many trophies that are available in the Autoglim Show and Shine, you wait by your car and a Santa Pod employee will bring over a trophy and take a photo of you by your car for the website. You're looking at the Skyline, I'm looking at the Micra. 1920 to beat. Oh, 1931 at 68. Skyline goes through it with a 1284 at 121. Sixth run of the day for him already. He's probably used about 2 litres of fuel as well. He's having a whale of a day. That's it. Stretch it out, Scott. Flex those muscles. Holding that camera's hard. So a couple more pairs of cars, and it looks like all of our riders are suiting and booting, ready for another go. Boom, boom. Well, as you can see, our start line crew are being ever vigilant and just looking around. Gives me the perfect opportunity to, let me have a look. Where are you? Ah, there you are, top of the grandstand still. Mr. Blackett is taking the high-end shots from the grandstand. He was here yesterday as well, taking photos. So if you have doubled up on your weekend and you did Run What You Brung yesterday, and you have done Run What You Brung today, make sure you go and check out Blackett Photography, our official on-site photographer here at Santa Pod Raceway. Paula is in the Blackett Photography photo trailer, which is at the head of the pairing lanes. So make sure if you've gone on the drag show at any point this weekend, you can go and check out all the photos that Ian and Paula has taken. Because Paula, every once in a while, if it's quiet, she'll pop out the trailer into the Run What You Brung pairing lanes and just get the, I like to call them the life photos. It's like when you go to the wedding, you've got the main photographer, which is Ian, But then you have Paula running around in the background when you're not even noticing, and she's getting photos of yourself maybe getting strapped in the car or you and your crew, and they always turn out absolutely awesome. So make sure you go and check out all of the photos from Blackett Photography, and those photos start at just £13 for a 9x6 framed photo, and they also go up to like a 20-inch, like a pizza size. Oh, there we go. Perfect timing. Dino Days Performance Parts Limited, the Honda Specialist. Straight in there this morning with their super chat. If you're watching on Santa Pod TV, you'll see their name is highlighted now, and they have super chatted the live stream. Thank you very much. Dino Days Performance Parts Limited, Honda Specialist. They always come in every time we do a live stream and just send in a small donation. It's always appreciated. It goes towards paying for the live stream, and obviously the more super chats, and if you're on Facebook, if you send stars, all of that money goes into the pot to pay for the live streams, meaning that if we've got more money in the pot, it means we can live stream more of the events. Obviously our main events that we do are he said is the big race meetings, but I think we did so well at VW Breakout that we had money in the pot, so that mean we could do the live stream for this weekend. As you can imagine, it's not a case of just turning on the cameras. There's also the cost of hosting the live stream, and also the cost of having box lane guys here pressing the buttons and going through the cameras. Obviously it's not all automated. Someone has to press the button to follow the tractor at the moment going up and down the track. So just bear with us a second. We do have a little bit of rain in the air, and at the moment I'm just going to stop because Adam has got his phone and it says mum, so I'm going to speak to Adam's mum. Oi, oi. do like it at the moment. On the live stream, obviously, we've got a couple of extra camera angles now, so we can use the camera angle to look into the pits. So you can see loads of cars lined up there. It's a nice busy day around there. So while we've got this little bit of rain in the air, obviously we can't race. Maybe this is your first time ever at Santa Pod Raceway. I'll explain to you basically the main drag strip is covered in a layer of rubber. As you can imagine, the rubber is completely non-porous. So if we get any rain in the air or any liquids or fluids that go on the track, that basically goes nowhere. It's not like concrete where it goes into the gaps. Because it's rubber, it'll just sit on top. So if we send anything down there and they hit that fluid, then there's a good chance that there'll be an accident. So as you can see, the tractor goes up and down and squeegees it and brushes it away. And hopefully it's just like literally that bit of cloud that's above us and it's floating on by. The only problem is it's one of those weird problems, catch-22. There's no wind out there, which is good for racing, but there's also no wind out there to carry that cloud over us. So just bear with us a few seconds and hopefully we'll be back with the you had me worried there. United Modified Cruisers literally said just open your camera, and I had worried because there is a camera in the tower that does look at me. And every once in a while I completely forget it's on there, and then Barney just flicks it on, and that is a point where I say, I'm going to put my hand up just in case you now decide to put the camera on. I'll be like, no. But yes. So just bear with us. Like I said, there's loads of cars around in the show and shine area, and there's also absolutely loads of cars in the Japanese car club area as well. I can see on the camera the yellow and black Toyota Celica that I followed on the way in this morning. They're literally right just below the camera. So good morning to you. Two very nice cars. Both GT4s. There we go. That didn't take long, did it? Back with the action. Well, the Integra goes through with a 1520. Who's making all that noise? Ah. Well, the Civic Coupe just kind of rolls through stage, and the Toyota Galanza is back round again. Back once again with the Galanza Master. 1567 at 92 is his best run so far today. This is going to be the first pass of the day for the Civic. The worst thing when you see a car stop and then parts rolling out underneath. Hopefully that's just a drive shaft or something easy like that. But the fact that he shouted rags, rags, rags may not be so. So just bear with us 2 seconds while we sort out the Galanza and move back underway. Quite a few people now in the Fuelers Bar getting themselves a alcoholic beverage. Don't forget, if you're going to the Fuelers Bar, you need to sit down at one of the tables. There is a QR code or a website on the table. Order your drinks via that website, and they will table service drinks to you while sat on the picnic table. No more queuing in the bar. There's also loads of traders on site around the back of the drag strip. You've got clothing, stickers, hats, remaps, detailing products, arrival photos, number plates. I'm going with all the things I can see. There's probably plenty more around there. But make sure you go and check out all of our traders. As you can imagine, they didn't really do much trading in 2020. So if you've got any spare cash in your pocket, please do go spend it with them. They've had a tough time just like the rest of us. They'd love to sell you some wares. Also, Blackett Photography are on site. They have been here since yesterday. So if you've been on the drag strip today or yesterday, all of those photos are available at the Blackett Photography photo trailer, which is just at the head of our pairing lanes. You can go and have a look at all the photos. If you're really clever, take your timing slips. Then you'll know exactly the times you ran yesterday or today. That can make it so much quicker, because basically they can look on the computer at around that time and flick through, and you'll find your car a lot quicker in the photos. Or you can just sit and scroll through all of them and check out all the wonderful photos that Ian has taken throughout the day. Okay, perfect time while the tractor goes up and down. And before we get back to the cars, signing on office is just radioed through to say Run What You Brung is now open to all vehicles because it's very, very quiet out there. I think we've only got around about 90 cars signed on. Run What You Brung is now open to all vehicles. Doesn't have to be Japanese, aka track time's got to be paid for. So it's opened up. So if you come along in any old car, or if you are any of the guys that have come for tomorrow's private test day and you're already on site and you maybe want to get a couple of laps in today, you can also get yourself signed on. You'll have to go onto the website, get yourself a Run What You Brung voucher, and you can come down and sign yourself on with that and get yourself on the drag strip if you want to. I say that, but they're all at the top end of the pits, and I know the PA system does not reach that far.
Not sure if it's a diaphragm.
Oh, dear me. Well, loads of wheel spin for the Skyline. The Civic's going to take this one. I think the Skyline driver's given up. Anyway, I always like a weird one. Lost and found, lost and found. We got this out the fart box, which is found on the racetrack. And it's a bit of a weird one to call out. Someone is missing their diaphragm. And when I say diaphragm, I don't mean ladies' diaphragm. I mean someone's missing a diaphragm from probably someone's wastegate. So someone whose car had maybe gone unexpectedly a lot quicker because you is now getting all the boost. I mean, it's probably no good to you because technically it's now ripped off. But if anyone's been on the drag strip and their car is their performance is noticeably different, and you are missing a diaphragm from probably what I think is your wastegate, could be maybe from a blow-off valve. It's up here in the tower. It'll be here to the end of the day. We usually get rid of stuff like that. You'd be surprised the stuff that we get rid of. The reason. Right, quick flick on to our YouTube channel. Thank you very much to Danny Paul Reed. Sends in a super chat this morning. Says, good morning, look forward to today. Have fun, everybody. So, Danny Paul Reed, thank you very much for your YouTube super chat. Away. Okay, well, there was a little flutter in the air, so we're good now. We are good to go. Guys are happy to send the cars down the track, so we continue on with our run with your brung. Okay, right, next up, battle of the, I want to say Skylines, but it's not. The Skyline and a GTR. I've seen the newest Skyline. It looks nothing like a GTR. Well, GTR goes through in 1183 at 120, and the Skyline goes through with a 1495. Wow. Someone's making a lot of horsepower. It gets a little bit wibbly. Oh, and the car goes well catched, but unfortunately looks like there's quite a bit of coolant has come out of the car in the STP lane and did a very good driving job at the top end of the track. Just bear with us a second while our crews pop up the top there and see what has come out of the car. But I can see two long straight lines over the finish line, which I'm going to assume is some sort of coolant. So well, the good news is there's no fluids down there. Just needs to go down there and sweep up. Unfortunately, as he went through the finish line, the driver said that his brakes one of his brakes locked up, and basically just give him brown pants. So just bear with us. while we do a little sweep at the top end there, but there's no fluids coming out of the car, so that's good to hear. If you are leaving the grandstand, just make sure you are using the correct stairwells. If the sign says no exit, that means that is an entrance only. Please try and avoid crossing paths with other people, because if you cross the streams, you could catch COVID. There are ways in, there are ways out. So if you are leaving the banking, you walk down to the bottom and come along the concrete path along the bottom. And if you're just arriving at the bank, you walk along the top and you find yourself a nice spot to sit on the bank. Just make sure it is nicely socially distanced from other groups. While you might feel perfectly fine sitting on top of someone else, they might not feel the same. Loads of traders on site. Clothing, stickers, hats, sunglasses, detailing products, arrival photos, number plates, a couple of mapping companies around the corner there as well, and some other promotional stands as well. Loads of cars in the show and shine area, as you can see on the live stream. The main show and shine area is absolutely ram-packed, and then as you look on the live stream, you will see the top end of the pits is also absolutely rammed full of our club display areas as well. So make sure you go and have a wander around there and check out all of the vehicles that are on site here at Santa Pod Raceway. Right, Ian's just going up and down. He's actually coming back with the tractor already, so I'm going to turn the mic down and listen into what they're saying, and I'll let you know what's going on as soon as I hear. So, it didn't take long. We're back with the action. Mr. Blackett. Oh, I thought you were going to do it in one. I thought you were going to jump it like an Olympic legend. Good little side-by-side matchup. Looks like the Nissan's just going to get there first. Oh, no. Lexus pulled it back, though. 1384 to 103. I love that on YouTube the guys are chatting away about what cars they like and what cars they don't like. And someone says Honda Jazz powered by a K20 or K24 hybrid engine. Well, you're in luck. One of those actually has just come on site. Right, so we're just waiting for the driver of the El Toro to do up his next strap. He's going to be taking on Adam Skinner with the little Fiat down there. Oh, unfortunately, it's going to be a solo run for Adam with the Fiat. if you get a chance to have a look around in the pits, Adam there just literally doing a slalom down the drag strip. Shoehorned in the back of the little Fiat is a Toyota MR2 turbo engine. Has been down into the nines before. Okay, so driver all strapped in again now. Obviously, we let the bike. One of the things we don't do here at Sanderpod Raceway is race bikes and cars together. Okay, so now the only problem is going to be obviously the driver warmed up the tyres around about 2 minutes, so they're going to be basically cold now. But last 60 foot was a 176. We've seen the car go down into the nines. Well, actually, with all that spin, that was his best 60 foot. Goes 119 at the 8th, goes through with a 987 and 152. Dab. Tell you what. rolling back now. There we go, so just waiting for the Skyline to creep forward. Is he going to sit on the line? Wow, he's definitely got a lot of power in the car, but does he have enough to drive around our left lane racer? Yes, he does. 1256, 119. Alright, so run number 7 for the Honda Civic. 1329 was his best so far. And this time goes 1376. If you want to feel old, this song's about 22 years old. If you have no idea what that song is, then you're okay, you're young. Well, 9-second reaction time. I would say it's a record, but I think we saw an 11-second reaction time yesterday. Seat Cupra, identified as a Japanese car for the rest of the day. It's going to be racing against the Skyline. So Japshow, you're going to be looking into the SPP lane going, come on. Let's be honest. Was there any chance? Skyline goes through with a 13, 11 and 116. So looking at my watch, it is now just gone, coming up to 12:15. Show and Shine judging has just begun in the Auto Glim Show and Shine Arena. Our judges will be making their way around looking at all the cars and vehicles in the Show and Shine area. Judging goes on till 2 o'clock this afternoon. Around about 2:30 this afternoon, our Show and Shine winners will be announced via the Santipod Raceway Facebook page. So at around about 2:30, you're going to see everybody on EE and Vodafone just walking around with their phones as high up in the sky as they can, as they get no signal. Clever trick is to head over to the grandstander or to the banking where you'll find the free Wi-Fi. And you can hook on, and then if you're in the Show and Shine, you can have a look. If you're on EE or free, they use the same mast, so basically you usually get good service. If you are one of the lucky ones and you see a photo of your vehicle in the winners section, then make sure you return to your vehicle, and shortly after that someone of the Santipod crew will come over to you and present you with a trophy. For obviously COVID regulation reasons, we do not have trophy presentations as such where we get a big crowd together and give them out. Hopefully next year we can get back with the stages and DJ Richie Don and get back to giving people trophies outside and in big gatherings and giving them the big round of applause. Around about 45 minutes left of this morning's Run With Your Brung session. We'll be stopping at 1 o'clock for a short half-an-hour break between 1 o'clock and 1:30. Use that time wisely. Go and get yourself some food and drinks. If you've been going on the drag strip, make sure you go to Blackett Photography Photo Cabin at the head of the pairing lanes. Go and check out all the photos that Ian and Paula have taken today, and also yesterday's photos are available too. Oh yes, look at that. An old school Mitsubishi Colt has made it into the lanes. Typically, he's lined up against something only he could find that was older, and a Ford Pop. So looking out the window, I can see drag radials on the back of the Ford Pop, but I can also see a big old bottle of nitrous in the back of the car. He's going to be taking on the Mitsubishi Colt GLX. Now I wonder if the old Colts are worth money these days. It's not really my scene, so I wouldn't know. But around about 20 years ago, an uncle of my wife passed away, and he had a Mitsubishi Colt exactly like this, and it was given to me because I like the cars, and he was like, have it. Unfortunately, we took it to a field and drove it around a field and basically rolled it a couple of times and scrapped it. It's probably right now that someone will be like, oh yeah, they're worth quite good money actually, because obviously old retro cars now are getting more and more in value. Ford Pop goes through with a 1287 at 107, and the Colt goes through with a 1915 at 71. Well, he didn't want to lose that race, did he? Good launch. Unfortunately, off the throttle. Is he going to get back on? Is he looking out the window, looking at the seat, going, come on, let's go. He's back on the throttle now and gets there first with a 13.76 at 106. Not bad. Picked up nearly 40 miles an hour in the back half of the track. Wow. STP Lane goes through with a 1481. It's a 1454, 107. Little twitch off the start line from the Evolution in the Autoglim lane. As the cars come up to the 8th mile, it's 90 miles an hour and 88. And we get a 12.79 and a 12.83. Well, the RX-7 gets there first by a country mile and goes through with a 12.87 at 108. And the Skyline goes through with a 12.31 at 121. So events coming up next weekend is BMW Show Lite, We follow that with the Retro Show Lite, and then Festival of Power. Other events coming up to notice are Fast Show Reloaded, USC and Bug Jam. They're all on the calendar, and tickets are available for all of these shows online right now at santapod.co.uk. Go and get your tickets for all the events coming up. We basically have something on every weekend up until November. At the moment, we are still running with limited numbers coming through the doors, but the aim is for Festival of Power at the end of June to be completely unlocked and unlimited spectators, so get your tickets today. rear there. Right, so second fastest vehicle on the track in our STP lane. That is our grandstand side lane. He's looking to beat a 9:27. 9:54 is the best in the auto-gear range. So still with a 9:86 and a 9:90. So no improvement for either bikes. Well, looking at my watch, we're coming up to 25 to 1, so 25 minutes left of what we call our morning session. All of the cars absolutely hot lapping today, getting in loads of runs. As I said this morning, if you got yourself signed on, you could have been with some of the guys that are on double figures of numbers today. You can still get yourself signed on, in fact. For this afternoon session, we'll be stopping for a short half an hour break between 1 o'clock and 1:30. But during that half an hour break, you can go online to santapod.co.uk and get yourself signed on for the afternoon session of Run What You Brung if you wish. It's just £35 for unlimited runs all the way up until 5 o'clock. And as we said earlier, it's now been opened up to all marquees of cars as well. So it doesn't need to be a Jap car for the afternoon just because the lanes are quite quiet today. think we've got around about 100 cars signed on a general run what you brung day. We sort of average around about 180 to 200 cars signing on. So as I said, today is pretty quiet on the drag strip, which means anyone who's signed on so far is getting loads of runs, which is great. The only thing is, if you get around too many times, your car does heat up and actually go that little bit slower. But it gives the opportunity for Ian Blackett to get loads of photos of all the cars going round and round. And don't forget, during the day, or at least during the lunch break, go to Blackett Photography Photo Cabin. It's at the head of the lanes. And you can go and check out all the photos that are scrolling on the monitors. And obviously Paula's in there for the majority of the day. If she's not just running around in the pairing lanes getting a few snapshots, she'll be in there so she can sort you out. Best bet is if you've got a timing ticket. It makes it so much easier to search on the computer for around that time, and they can find your photos within a few minutes. I have no idea what they're doing down there. It's a little bit too far for my fake binocular range that is essentially just my hands. But as soon as the car is moved or recovered off the track, then we'll be back underway. So, back with the action. Honda Civic. Taking on a Civic. Are you old school or new school? It's not even new school, isn't it, anymore? Still like nearly 20 years old. Retro or modern? Oh, retro let me down. The Colt doing a burnout. Good lad. Oh, he completely did the Subaru on the reaction time. Unfortunately, wheels span quite a bit. Subaru Forester goes through with an 11.63, and the Mitsubishi Colt goes through with a 1911 at 71, still quicker than Ed Keach. Quite a few people milling around the back of the drag strip in our trade area. T-shirts, hats, sunglasses, detailing products, arrival photos, on-track photos, number plates, scale-down models, remaps, parts, all available around in the trade area, so make sure you go and check them out. The microphone is mightier than the sword. Da-ga-da. Wonder what this song is called. Da-ga-da. Right. RX-8. He was the second person on the drag strip this morning. This is his 9th run of the day. Best run so far was a 15.17 at 90 miles an hour. That was his first run of the day. Never been in the 15 since. So second most important announcement of the day. Number one was obviously the fuelless bar was open at 11 o'clock. I have just spun round on my chair and I've noticed that the Pod Pizzeria is now open. That is an important announcement that needs to be put out there. There is already quite a fair queue down there, so if you want to get yourself some pizza for lunch, the Pod Pizzeria is open today. Can't help but think. I think it might have to be pod pizza for dinner tonight. For the odd few people that are staying over, obviously. Like I said earlier, we do have quite a busy private test day tomorrow. So if you're walking around the pits and you notice at the very top end of the pits, there's a whole load of cars up there that are non-Japanese. They're basically the few guys that have arrived ready for tomorrow's private test day and wanted to come in and watch some racing today. Bridget Jones. As we come into the final 10 minutes of our morning session. Bridget Jones. STP Lane's going to get there first with a 14.04 to a 15.35. It should be a good little matchup. The Skyline in the STP lane launched pretty hard on his first run earlier. I think our Starline crew are just getting him to do his helmet up. Okay, we are good to go. Window up on the car, and then we've got a good side-by-side Skyline race. Thank you very much. Lewis Mello sends in 99 Facebook stars for the live feed as well. It's always appreciated. Issues in the STP lane. Autoglim lane flying 118 at the 8th with a 974 at 151 miles an hour, making him the 8th fastest vehicle down the drag strip today. In fact, possibly the fastest car down the track, as I think most of the stuff above that is motorbikes. So good work, sir. Good work. Good afternoon, Mark Mosley. Hopefully you're doing well. Missing you here, buddy. Would have been good to see the Skyline. Wow, both bikes kind of feathering it off the start line. And goes through with a 13.36 at 111. Making us some top end speed. And with that, we're back to cars. That was quick. been a while. The K24 Turbo MR2 is back round for another run just before lunch break. He timed that well. Run number 8, best one so far was 11:48 at 133. El Toro, El Toro. Right, Skyline back round, sponsored by Global Jap Imports. He's already put in 4 passes, best one being a 987 at 152. Steps hard left again on the launch. Best 60 foot of the day again though, 150, 116 at the 8th, goes through with a 975 at 152 though. 2 mile an hour drop on the 8th mile. Still tidy little pass. Well, with those 2 cars making the pass, and you can see our Santa Pod crew leaving the start line. We're going to be stopping for a short half-an-hour lunch break. Go and get all of our start line crew fed, watered, toileted. And as you can see, Jason's straight away trying to get that race suit off because he's been standing out there in the humid heat in that lovely thick race suit. Essentially, well, fire suit. It's exactly the same as a race suit. Good number of layers to keep them protected down there. Right, so we'll be back in half past 1, around about then. Meantime, go and check out some of the cars in our Show and Shine arena, sponsored by Autoglim. Plenty of traders around the corner. The queue for the pizzeria has now trebled. But obviously, at least with there, you can place your order and then sit down, go to the fueler's bar, order some drinks and get table service in there as well. We are fully upmarket now. Back in half an hour.
want to wait, 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 wait. I want to wait. Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick, oh tico tico tock. This tico tico is a cuckoo in my car.
walk by. There goes a sight from my soul. There goes a sight, there goes a sight. Now there goes a sight from my there goes a sight.
Okay. Just a little heads up, all of our Thunderbolt crew are heading back into position. If you've got a car and run with your wrong pairing lanes, around about now is time to return to your vehicles, get them fired up, strapped in, helmets on. If you're quick enough, we'll be underway in a couple of minutes. Okay, well, we're back underway. We're missing a Honda Civic driver. Left your Civic at the front of the lanes. You were the first one to go down, and you're still not returned to your vehicle, so everybody in that lane is waiting for you. So if you have a late model Honda Civic, red, sitting at the front of the lanes, hurry up, would you? Now, someone watching on the live stream earlier was like, oh, Honda Jazz with a K20, that's what you want? Well, you have been rewarded, as there is one at the front of the lanes now. Well, unfortunately, the Jazz seems to have run out of clutch, maybe? Power? Something? Kind of slowed towards the top end? Well, it looks like our driver has returned. Big rolling burnout. Anyway, right, good afternoon to our live stream, SantaPod TV on YouTube and SantaPod Raceway on our Facebook. They've just reloaded, I think, for a new stream. How you doing? Don't forget, give the stream a like. Make sure you comment in the section. Maybe let us know where you're watching from. And do hit that share button as we continue on with the afternoon session of the Japshow Lite 2021. Pair of bikes on the start line in the STP lane. Our bike, I was going to say, was our sixth fastest down the track so far today with a 9:58. Unfortunately, kind of jinxed it as he stopped. Always the way, always the way. So just bear with us a second while we have a couple of seconds of downtime. I do love the message it says on the Facebook page. It says, during this broadcast, you can support my page by sending stars, a digital gift that helps me earn money. I wish it was me that earned money. Unfortunately, it's not. But if you are watching on the Facebook live feed and you want to send in some stars, Facebook stars, that's basically a donation towards the live stream. That means that we can do more live streams. Last weekend at VW Breakout, we did really, really well, which enabled us to do the live stream for today. Obviously, if we get some Facebook stars in and YouTube super chats in for this weekend, then it means we can probably roll it on to another weekend. We do have next weekend coming up the BMW Lite show. The weekend after that is the Retro Show Lite. And then after that will be the Festival of Power. Now, obviously, the Festival of Power is one of the events where we will generally always have the live stream on because it's a big main race meeting. But for the lifestyle events, it's kind of as and when, and if the budget kind of makes it, then we'll do live. Okay then. So it looks like cars are being called forward. Oh yes. Oh, that is much better. So we're continuing on with the bikes, or bike. As I look at the quarter mile away, and I can see one of our Santapod crew just on the top end of the track doing the Santapod slide, checking for weather in the air at the top end of the track. Well, as we just wait for the weather at the top end just to sort itself out. Tractor's just doing a couple of laps, and hopefully we'll be back underway with racing on the drag strip for our afternoon session. If you've been watching all day, maybe on the live stream, or even if you're in the grandstands or on the banking, let us know which has been your favourite car so far of the day in the comment section, maybe on YouTube or on our Facebook feed for the live stream. So even if you're in the grandstand, pop onto our Facebook feed, let us know what has been your favourite car. It could be just your friend and you want to give them a shout out. Pop them in the comments and we'll read them whenever we get a little bit of downtime. Thank you again to Dino Days Performance Parts Limited, the Honda specialist, for doing another super chat on our YouTube channel. Donating whatever you can is always appreciated and gets your name or your YouTube channel highlighted in the comments section. Well, if you were battling them, Skyline's going to get to the finish line first by at least 3 car lengths. Goes through with a 12.32 to a 14. Chase down time. Saint Leon's doing 71 at the 8th. Skyline was doing 97. And first to the finish. Oh, you get it. 4.9 seconds of reaction time was a little bit too generous. As Skyline goes through in 11.72 at 122 to a 15.25 at 101. Look, we've got people making friends now, so the easiest way to do this is OT says, shout me out please, I'm in the stands, my name is Adrian. And then he's talking to Rusty Oreo saying I'm on the grass. So Rusty, if you wave on the grass and Adrian, you wave in the grandstands, then you know where each other is. And with that, I see no waving. That didn't work. Maybe you saw each other. Wow, the Mitsubishi with the license plate Blow UG racing up against the Anglia. Mitsubishi's going to be there first and goes through with a 12.59 at 140. Nicky Marshall messages in, says, say hi to Bryony. First time here, and favourite car is the Rat, the little Fiat, Adam Skinner. So, congratulations, Bryony, making the best decision ever and coming to Santa Pod Raceway for your first time ever. Yay! Afternoon session. New cars. EK Civic. From what I believe is his first run today. Yeah, it is. The RX-8 is on his 11th run of the day. Trying to capture his first run of the day, which was down into the 15s. Deal. Max Lipat says, shout me out and I'll tell you my favourite car. There you go. Max, you're shouted out. Now let us know your favourite car of the day. Well, I didn't think the jet car was booked in for today. Pull over, my friend. Stop. I don't think we have the radio on, which is annoying, but please stop. Please stop. The further you drive, the more you oil the track, the longer the cleanup will be. Please stop. while the rest of the crowd go, well, at least it wasn't a Japanese car. Well, he's finally come to a halt at the first exit. New turbo, please, sir. Just a little heads up, if you're going on the drag strip and you have something like that where from what it looked like the turbo went, please do stop. Obviously, if there's any oil or fluids coming out of your car, the further while you think you might be helping clearing the track, the further you drive, the more chance you have of leaving a trail. We do have the quad and we have the towers, so that if you do need towing off at the top end of the track, that's perfectly fine. We can do that. We'd rather that than you drive all the way down the drag strip, potentially putting fluid down there. There we go. Baltic Missile. Oh, my name is Charlie. My favourite car is the Mark V Supra. Max has changed his mind now. He said, no, he didn't change his mind. He said his favourite car has been the tiny yellow Fiat, the Rat. There you go. A lot of love for the Rat. That is Adam Skinner's little Fiat with the Toyota MR2 Turbo in the back. Tri-Town Ursula says, how is everyone's day going? My day's going good. The weather's good. We've got a good crowd here at Sonopod Raceway. Didn't manage to get round to the show and shine area during the lunch break. Half an hour does fly by. But looking on the camera and looking on the feed into the pit area, you don't realise how many cars and people there are on site today, especially up in the club show area, and our show and shine is absolutely ram-packed around there. So thank you very much for coming along to our show and shine. And thank you to coming to the drag strip, and thank you for coming to Japshow Lite. Hopefully you're enjoying your day, seeing some good cars. It's nice to get out the house. If you're enjoying yourself and you want to come back again, next weekend is a Run What You Brung on the Saturday. Sunday is the BMW Light Show. Following weekend is a Saturday night special, followed by the Retro Show. Basically, every weekend now we're here until November. Once we get past the Festival of Power at the end of June, obviously everything is planned to open up, and hopefully we are back to full capacity instead of at the moment where we are limited to around about 4,000 people. So at the moment you'll always get a few people looking on the live show and they're like, doesn't look very busy. I was like, that's because we're limited to 4,000. When on a normal big event we should usually have around about 40,000. So COVID safe, my friend, COVID safe. Oh, on the rim, what a shot. There we go. Thankfully, Vapor is easy to clean up. And we're back on with our Run What You Brung with Japanese cars, and a couple of extras just thrown into the mix who signed on as we were a little bit quiet this morning. So the K24 turbocharged MR2 has been down into the 11s today, doing 109 at the 8th, and goes through with 11:28 at 109. In fact, I think that is his fastest run of the day, just as the computer changes, so I can't check. Right, next up, Lexus versus Nissan. Much better reaction time from the Lexus, but also quicker to the stripe as well. 1341 at 103 to a 1487 at 97 miles an hour. Yes, Nissan Micra's back. Just before lunch, it got pushed away from behind the drag strip. Thankfully, they've got it fixed. He's racing up against the MX-5. It's a good little side-by-side matchup all the way to the finish. But the win goes to, the Micra, 15 of 51 at 90 miles an hour to a 16-16 at 85 for the MX-5. The mighty Micra takes the win. starts to go down. Oh, Civic's gone. Poor reaction time from a man in the Micra there. So the Civic goes through with a 1281. The Micra looking to beat a 1920 and goes through with a 1948 at 67 miles an hour. Rain on me. Okay. Whoa, we got a twitchy one again in the auto glim lane. Goes through with a 1364 at 124, but probably spent the first half of the track almost getting into a drift. The Yaris is back. He's got to be on some serious runs now. Run number 13. Best one so far was a 1336. This time goes through with a 1392 and 100 miles an hour. Still got that 100 mile an hour. Even managed to crack 101. Well done. Definitely get a full weekend's worth of running in with the Toyota Yaris. Next pairing. Your eyes do not deceive you. That is a Jaguar. Going to be taking on the Subaru Impreza. So the majority of the crowd will be eyes on the auto glim lane. Oh, it's a good little side-by-side matchup. Pretty similar 60 foots. Oh, looks like the Jaguar's got the legs at the top end of the track as he starts sprinting away, goes through with a 12.14 at 116 to a 13.22 at 106. Well, time's just coming up to 20 past 2. And the Santapod online crew are bang on it. Show and Shine Auto Glim. Winners have now been announced on the Santapod Facebook page. Why not go and check out what vehicles took home Best of Show, Judge's Choice, Best Retro, and our top 5 and Best Bike. All of our winners available on Santapod Raceway's Facebook page, so go and check them out. Our Auto Glim Show and Shine winners, congratulations. It's not surprising who took home Best of Show. I think they kind of cordoned off that this morning and went, we are the best, we got the Best of Show. Just looking through. Don't forget, we are not doing trophy presentations for our Show and Shine. If any of these names are out there, you are the winners of your classes or winners of trophies. Please make sure you're standing with your vehicles, and a member of Santapod crew will bring a trophy to you. So Wayne Potter takes home Best Bike with his Honda ROM. Adam Robinson takes home trophy for top 5 with his Mazda RX-7. Lewis Brown takes home a top 5 trophy for his Toyota GT86. Samantha Housden takes home top 5 for her Mazda RX-7. Andy Walker takes home a top 5 trophy for his Nissan Skyline R33. Nick Wood takes home Best Retro Show trophy with his Nissan GTR R32. Judge's Choice goes to Stacey Clark with the Honda SMX. And of course, Best of Show at Japshow Lite, sponsored by Auto Glim, goes to Philip Jones with the Toyota AE86. You could not miss that car. It was right by the zebra crossing. First car you saw as you went into the Show and Shine. Had his own little cordoned off area. Put up by themselves, obviously. They put up the barriers so nobody could touch the car. But yeah, the Toyota AE86 takes home Best of Show. And if you want to see what those look like and you're watching on the live stream, go to the Santapod Raceway Facebook page, and it is the latest post on there. And if you are one of those lucky winners, congratulations. Make sure you take a trophy. Da, da, da. Okay, a couple of our test cars for tomorrow's private test day that we've got. Unfortunately, Dean there braking So it's going to be a solo pass and goes through with a 11.59 at 126. Well, it looks like Dean has found the gears and is now powering onto the top end. That's good to see. As I said earlier, there's around about 100 cars that are signed on for tomorrow's private test day here at Santapod Raceway. The live stream won't be on for that, the main live stream, if you're watching at home on the Santapod Facebook page or the YouTube channel. But if you want to watch tomorrow's coverage, you'll have to go to European Front Wheel Drive, where we just have the single camera from up here in the tower. Right, El Toro coming underneath the tower. This Skyline does have a nasty amount of power. Start line crew, unfortunately, a small leak underneath the GTR on the start line, so it's going to be a solo run for the BMW, which is probably better in his favour. Nice looking car. Goes through the gears, doing 89 at the 8th. And goes through with a 12.95 at 122. 122, that's a strong terminal speed. Steve Durand from France is watching on the Japshow Lite. Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Miss you, buddy. Hopefully we'll see you here again at Santapod Raceway at some point soon. Good to see you have entered the Racing Clashers in a couple of weeks' time. Looking forward to seeing what your Civic does. And I'm sure the rest of the crowd here would love to be seeing your Civic back here at Santapod Raceway at some point soon. Yaris is on run number 15, in fact. This time goes through with a 15.29 at 96. Mile an hour, significantly down on that. Next up. Do you know what? You don't see one of them Yaris's and then you see two in one day. They do look like a good old factory car there. Being chased down by the Skyline. I don't think he's got enough to catch him at the top though, as the Toyota goes through with a 14.86 to a 12.15. I say it can't surely be the Yaris back round again. No, it was a Civic this time. I just saw the back end of it. K24 Turbo MR2 coming back underneath the tower. Let's put a whole load of runs in today. No, so it's Supra making a lot of noise on the start. It's going to come on boost and try and chase the Supra down, the Subaru. It does indeed, goes through with a 12.69 and 119. Wow, run number 22 that was for the Toyota Supra, so he is lapping. How many people do you ever hear? I went to Sandapod, I got 22 runs in one day. People are like, rubbish, don't believe it. It does happen. 38 is the most I have seen in one day by one car. And the hardest thing was it was a 1.9 non-turbo diesel Mark III Golf. So it was running like 19 seconds as well. So he got some decent amount of track time. Next player then, the Lexus. Again, another one of our vehicles that has done a decent amount of runs today. Best run so far has been a 14.32. Gets to the finish line again. First goes through with a 14.67 at 96. One you. Well, just past 2:30, so we still have just under 2.5 hours worth of afternoon run with you, Brun. Even though the show and shine judging is done in our Auto Glim Show and Shine Arena, the cars are still parked there, so if you haven't yet made your way to the Show and Shine Arena, make sure you do go and check out some of the cars, because obviously now judging is finished, some of the cars might disappear. And the same is, there is so many cars in the Japshow Club parking areas. Basically, what? I'd say about 80% of the pits are full up with club displays. So make sure you go and check out all of those. Loads of our traders are still on site. Now selling their wares, be it clothing, number plates, hats, sunglasses, stickers, car parts. Even a couple of remapping companies. And plenty of other stuff around there. So make sure you go and check out all of our traders here at the Japshow Lite. There's nothing they hate more than packing their stuff up and taking it home. So make sure you go and check out all saleable wares here at Santapod Raceway. Maybe you've been on the drag strip today, or maybe in fact you did yesterday. Make sure you go and check out all the photos taken by Blackett Photography, our official on-site photographer. Just at the head of the pairing lanes, you'll find Blackett Photography outdoor photo stall. They can serve 2 customers at a time, COVID compliant. Keep you nice and safe. They've got the TVs running so you can see the pictures as they flick through. Or if you take your time in slips, then you can basically tell them the time you ran. They can look on the computer and see the digital thumbnail, and that'll have a time stamp on it and makes it a lot easier for them to be able to find photos of you and your car. Don't forget some of our upcoming shows here at Santa Pod Raceway. Next weekend we do have a Saturday night special where we run from 9:30 in the morning till 8 o'clock in the evening. Sunday is the BMW Show Lite. Following weekend after that is Saturday night special again, followed by the Retro Show Lite. And then our final weekend of June is the Festival of Power, the first weekend where Santa Pod Raceway goes back to full capacity, and we have our first taste of Top Fuel and Nitro Funny Cars here at Santa Pod Raceway. So make sure you come and see us for the Festival of Power, round 1 and mostly round 2 of all of our National Drag Racing Championships, but I think it's round 1 of Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Both bikes there, unfortunately, missing the shifts. Well, looking at the top end, you can see the bike disappear through the gate, so we can continue on. Right, let's see what the RX-7 has done for today. Best run so far was a 12.70 at 109. All right, Chris Eads with the Focus. Taking it on the Vauxhall Corsa again. A couple of our cars. Oh no, Chris is on the start line, so I don't know who's driving the car. Good little side-by-side matchup as they get to the finish line. The Corsa is going to get there first with a 12.15 at 118. And the Focus goes through with a 12.64 at 105. Was that quicker than you, Chris, or not? Roll. Was that quicker than you've been? Yeah. Drivers and there's drivers. Okay, Dean Hyman's made it back down to the start line with his Fiesta ST. Demi Vandatic. Romantic. Well, nice launch. 171, 60 foot at the 8th mile. Off the throttle, unfortunately. Doing 67. That's what he's using today for a couple of test runs. Oh, beautiful. Okay. So the Yaris is back, and now they've multiplied. Oh, oh, oh. A bit of a kangaroo there. G'day, mate. A more experienced Yaris driver goes through with a 1394 at 99 miles an hour. To an 1858 at 84. Romantic. Boom, 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 boom. I was going to say, someone's clutch smells. So all I can say, there's a whiff of a clutch in the air. There's certain smells I like, there's certain smells I don't. That's one of the ones we don't. Baltic. Okay. Car's moving again. Oh, Rubio. Well, after a little bit of a fluff on the line, the Evolution does drive around the Golf. Beats him by a good 2 seconds. Right, turbocharged EP3. As I said earlier, it was like new school versus old school, and then realised the new school was like still 20 years old. I was like, oh my god. So it's retro versus modern. That's what we'll say. Good little race, so 13.9 to a 13.8. Do-do. Right, just a reminder. Around about 20 minutes ago, well, no, not even 20 minutes ago, a good half an hour ago, our Auto Glim Show and Shine winners were announced on the Santa Pod Raceway Facebook page. By now you've probably been by your car and received your trophy, but just a reminder, best of show was Philip Jones with that Toyota AE86. You could not have missed it by the zebra crossing. Judge's choice went to Stacey Clark with the Honda SMX. Best retro was Nick Wood with the Nissan R32 GTR. And our top fives, Andy Walker with Nissan Skyline R33, Samantha Housden with the Mazda RX-7, Lewis Brown with the Toyota GT86, Adam Robinson with the Mazda RX-7, and Wayne Potter with the best bike with the Honda Groom. So that is all our Auto Glim Show and Shine winners done, dusted for another week. Auto Glim Show and Shine will be back again next weekend as we go BMW Lite show. So Auto Glim will be giving out prizes for all the best BMWs on site. And obviously that includes bikes and minis, no doubt. So there'll be, I'm assuming, exactly the same. There'll be best bike, top five, best retro, best of show, and judge's choice at the BMW Lite show next Sunday. Next Saturday is also a Saturday night special, meaning we go from 9:30 in the morning up until 8 o'clock in the evening. And then back starting BMW Show Lite on the Sunday morning from 9:30 in the morning. Hopefully you're going to come and join us. Tickets are available now online on santapod.co.uk, where you can get tickets for all of our events for the remainder of 2021. We have events here every weekend up until November. So go and get your tickets today for any of the Santapod shows. And especially the best way to pay for the live stream is obviously if you do go and buy tickets during the day. The more people that go and buy tickets for events during the live stream hours basically means that the guys in the office think that you've done it because you've been watching the live stream and then you went and bought tickets because I was talking about it. So it is appreciated during the live stream. If you go and buy tickets for any of our events, then they go, ooh, the live stream's working, we'll keep them going. Right, this should be a good little matchup. 200SX versus the GTR. Both cars been down into the 12s. Well, the Nissan's got the mile an hour at the 8th, 96 to 88. And the 200SX gets there with an 11.95 to a 12.93. First 11-second pass of the day. Now, first run of the day for the Jaguar, and he took the win. This time he's up against the old school Toyota Supra. Jaguar gets the light, a good second head start, courtesy of reaction time. I don't think the Supra's got enough to be able to catch him at the top end for that. Well, I don't know where the Forester went. Kind of. There's Ian, our start line marshal there, just wandering around with a part of his car going, I got something for you. Right. The Focus is back. So 1267 at 105 is the target to beat. The Lexus is trying. 1230 at 110. There's drivers and there's drivers, isn't there, really? Don't worry, Chris, you're all about the show. Put a flamer kit on it, you'll be happy. Right, so just looking into the parallels, seeing what we've got coming round. Civics, Supra, Nissan 200s, BMW on the start line. Mixing it up. Don't forget, next Sunday is the BMW Lite Show here at Sanderpod Raceway. So if you want to tune in and watch it, loads and loads of BMWs, and including Minis. It's going to be a full-on day of BMWs and Minis next weekend. Well, little drift off the start line for the Supra. Civic at the halfway point is doing 87 to 84, but he's going to get to the finish line first. Goes through with a 13.18, 112. Oh no, Fiesta wins. Oh no. Quick little sweep there. So the Jaguar now has the GTR to take on. First run for the GTR so far today. Jaguar we've seen go 11.99 at 117. See the Jaguar trying to lose launch control as well. Or you're up against a quick one there, I'm afraid. 10.91 at 125 to a 12.45 at 119. Why is he shouting? Crash again? Yeah, man. Be a shame if I left the microphone on and you shouted it. Don't worry, I won't. I'm not that evil. Someone's clutch again. Pwah. Barney says, hula hula ho, hula hula ho. Well, I've still got my lost and found part up here in the tower. Someone's diaphragm. Not one of those diaphragms, but I'm going to say a diaphragm from someone's wastegate. So someone's car performance completely changed today because it was found on the drag strip as well. I mean, I'll be honest, it's torn away, so you're probably not coming to get it because it's of no use. It just makes good for a photo. Okay, well, looking into the pairing lanes, I see a vehicle we've not seen on the drag strip today, so that's nice. Because let's be honest, it is coming up to 20, well, it's just gone 20 past 3, so we've still got an hour and 40 left. But the queue actually only goes to the zebra crossing, so we've only got around about 20 cars in the lanes. So there's no reason why anyone couldn't get signed on, because they're still going to probably get a good, I reckon, a good 5 runs in the final hour and a half. Thing is, as it gets to this point of the day, some people who have travelled quite far will head off. And if you are one of those people, thank you very much. Hopefully you've had a nice day. You've seen some lovely cars in the show and shine. Seen some good cars on our Run With Your Brung track as well. Visited all of our traders. If you've been on the drag strip, make sure you get that souvenir photo from Blackett Photography. The Blackett Photography photo booth is just at the head of the pairing lanes. You'll see their outdoor porta cabin. Go and see Paula. She's got all the photos from today and from yesterday if you have doubled up on the weekend. Make sure you go and check out those photos before you leave. I've said it once, I've said it a million times. It doesn't matter how fast or slow you think your car is, Ian has a great knack of making your car look fast. So do go check them out. Photos start from £13 for the one. You can buy two. You can buy three. You can buy a load of digital downloads if you want. Go and speak to Paula. See how many photos they've got of your car. want me to do? Okay, so next parent, Honda Civic versus Subaru. His voice goes higher and higher. Trying to save it. I've got another day. Run number 10 for the Subaru. Best run so far today was a 1380 at 107. That was his second run today. It's a good little race between the two. The Civic gets there first. Goes through with a 1355. 1337 at 105 though. Best run of the day for the Subaru. Micra's back. I love that. Every time he changes from first to second, he's like fighting torque steer. Either that or he takes one hand off the steering wheel to change gear and then it goes a little bit wild. Goes through with a 1549 at 90 miles an hour. To a 1579 at 88. Now, if you're still watching on the live stream, thank you very much. I know some of you have been tuned in since 9:30 this morning. We always appreciate you guys watching on Santapod TV, our YouTube channel, or Santapod Raceway, our Facebook page. To everyone who's super chatted in today and sent in Facebook stars, thank you very much. As always, we say if you want to get a shout out or anything like that, the best opportunity to do it is if you do a Facebook stars or a super chat. That way I get a message through via the computer system. I'm not always watching on the live stream, so I can't see all of the comments at all times, as you can imagine. As I'm watching out of the window. So your best bet is if you want to get a shout out, it is to use the super chat or the Facebook stars system. When you do the donation, make sure you add your message and it will get sent through to me. Well, the start line crew there, just making sure everything is A-OK after that bike went, well, very close to the centre line. Well, I see Terry Newton coming round again with Chris's Ford Focus. He's at the head of the lanes. He'll be coming round to see if he can beat Chris's PB by even more, setting him a good old challenge for tomorrow. Nothing worse than lending your car to someone else and then they go quicker. Close your eyes. Okay, VW Scirocco making it round for what I think is going to be his first run of the day. It is indeed. It's going to be taking on the Honda Civic, who has put in 7 runs already. Best run being a 13:49, 113 miles an hour though is a decent terminal speed. It's basically a deep 11-second car if he was running some slicks. And he is in street mode. Wow, this is not going to be the run, but definitely probably the run for a good close-up photo with Mr. Blackett down there as Terry got as close as he could. Micra's on, run number 6. Where's my red Micra gone? It's disappeared. Alright, BMW back round for run number 9. He would have only signed up after the lunch break as well, so that's pretty decent. 9 runs in under 2 hours. Don't forget, next Sunday is the BMW Lite show. So next Sunday will be 100% BMW throughout the day. Hopefully we'll have some BMW fast cars coming along. Over the years, we've had a few different cars popping along. Quite obviously not going to have the 3 Series BMW from Switzerland here again next weekend, which is a real shame that they come along a couple of years ago. Other events coming up here at Santapod Raceway in the near future. Next Saturday is a general Run What You Brung, but it is a Saturday night special. We go from 9:30 in the morning until 8 o'clock in the evening. On the Sunday, as I said, it is BMW Lite Show. So basically it's the same as Japshow with the Auto Glim Show and Shine, drag strip action, traders. And with the BMW show, there usually is a whole load of traders doing specialist parts for the BMWs, including tuning and performance bolt-on parts. Weekend after that is another Saturday night special. Again, any car, any bike, any whatever you want to bring on the drag strip from 9:30 in the morning till 8 o'clock in the evening. And that is followed by the Retro Show Lite. So anything from the 80s or earlier. It's welcome at the Retro Show Lite. Again, there will be drag strip action, there will be Auto Glim Show and Shine, and hopefully a number of traders on site as well. And then the weekend after that is our last weekend of June, and that is our Festival of Power, which features round 2 of the MUK Championships and a couple of round 1s. I think Top Speed Automotive have yet to Street Eliminator have yet to run this season, and it will also be the first runs with the Nitro cars for 2021. So Top Fuel and Nitro Funny Cars on site for that event as well. So make sure you get your tickets for the Festival of Power unlocked, because we are unlocked. At the moment we are limited to 4,000 people on site. As we always get a few people saying on, oh, the grandstands and the banking, they're not that busy. That's because we're limited to 4,000 people. And there is so many people over in the Show and Shine area and the club area. And they're literally milling around, checking out all the cars. So thank you very much to every one of the people that have turned up to the Japshow Lite. Hopefully this will be the last Japshow Lite. We can go back to normal Japshow next year, fingers crossed. Well, unfortunately, getting that shift. Used to get a shift on with a Focus. Fiesta's doing well. 96 at the 8th. Goes through in 1165 at 117 miles an hour. Focus unfortunately slows to a 1356 at 104. With that, I'm looking into the pairing lanes. We're literally just waiting on cars arriving in the pairing lanes, and then they come straight round onto the drag strip. So if you've got a Run What You Brung voucher and you're still on site and you want to get some track time, come and join us, because there is zero queue at all. You're going to be coming round and going straight onto the drag strip. Heck, we've still got an hour and 18 minutes. You could even get yourself signed on now and probably still get a good 5 runs in. Probably. Maybe. Could do. Don't take it as gospel. Dean Heidemann back round for another run with the Fiesta. 11.02 has been his best so far today, and 10.91 at 134 goes through there. Dean using today is just a test day, ready for tomorrow's private test day here at Santa Pod Raceway. Yeah, that's it. Another day of fun tomorrow here at Santa Pod Raceway with 100 supercars. Lots starting to arrive on site already. So the comp bike in the STP lane, our third fastest vehicle down the drag strip so far today, has put in a 9:30 at 161. Wow, dragging the clutch out at the start. And this time goes through with a 9:78 at 156. Okay, Civic versus the Focus. Oh, who's the driver this time? That. Well, considering the golf only joined us late this afternoon, he's on run number 9. Best run so far was a 15.09, and he absolutely smashed that. 14.54 at 95. Massive PB. Oh. There was a burnout noise and then it went quiet. The bike appears from underneath the tower. Right, run number 10 for the Civic. 12.92, best run. In fact, was the last run. Now he's got it together. 12.99. Another Civic that's been doing really well today on his 13th run of the day. Best so far was a 13.29. Well, just past 4 o'clock, we are into the final hour of today's Run What You Brung and the final hour of today's Japshow Lite. Still plenty of our traders round the back of the drag strip. They have not yet started to pack away, so if you're still in there spending money, they'll be holding on as long as they can. As I said earlier, they didn't really do any trading in 2020. Although we opened up, we didn't really have any traders last year, so make sure you go around and visit all of our traders before you go home. You never know, you might get a little bargain. It's nothing worse than having to pack all your wear, take it back to the warehouse and have to unload it again for another show. Plenty of clothing out there, hoodies, t-shirts, sunglasses, hats, die-cast models, tuning companies. There's a couple of car parts down there, some detailing companies. So go and get an end of day bargain from traders that are still on site. Looking round to the food court, the pizzeria is still just about open. If you want to get a pizza before your journey home. I was considering it. Well, the GT86 looks like he's going to get there just first by about half a car and goes through with a 14.10 to a 14.11. Wins on reaction time. Wow. Solo run for the Civic, doing a lot of wheel spin. Mr. Taz, I like it. So the Alfa Romeo sneaks onto the track at the end of the day. For his first run of the day. Taking on the Honda Civic on his 14th run of the day. 13.29 being his best. Well, we just quickly do a little mop up in our auto glim lane, so just bear with us 2 seconds. You see our special blend of Santa Pod strip cleaner sprayed onto the ground, and basically dissolves any oils. What's in it? Cannot tell you. It's a secret. I wish I knew, because then I could spray it on my parents' drive and try and get some of the oil off their drive. Well, either someone's spinning or the clutch is slipping. Civic goes through with a 1364 at 112. Alpha goes through with a 1365. Na na na. Boom, clap. Boom, clap. Welcome to my house. Okay, so solo run for the rider, 9:48, best run so far. It goes 9:09. All right, so half an hour left of our Run What You Brung at the Japshow Lite 2021. The Hoodstick is below us with his GTIs, with a decent amount of passes, as has the K24 Turbo M2. So the Toyota on run number 12, best run being 11:28, and the Skyline's best run was 11:78. So it would be a good race, but I'm going to predict that the Skyline will sit on the line for approximately like 8 seconds. I think it's full slips. So the 200SX on the two-step, taking on the BMW, giving you a little taste of what's coming next Sunday at the BMW Light Show here at Santa Pod Raceway. We have a Saturday night special next week, and that follows on with the BMW Light Show. So exactly the same setup as today. We'll have drag strip action from everything and anything BMW, be it car or bike. Those cars will include the Minis, of course, made by BMW. And we will have Auto Glim Show and Shine, Traders, and all the normal fun and frolics that you get at Santa Pod Raceway. Make sure you come and join us next week as we go into the final half an hour here at Santa Pod Raceway. Obviously, Run What You Brung is starting to thin out a little bit. If you're finished Run What You Brung in and you've been on the drag strip, make sure you go to Blackett Photography, the Santa Pod official photographer. Go and have a look at all the photos that Ian has taken, not only today, but also yesterday's photos are available. Go and see Paula in the outside trade trailer. This is at the head of the Run What You Brung pairing lanes. You would have passed it as you went to sign on. Go and have a look at all the photos that Ian and Paula has taken throughout the weekend, and make sure you take a souvenir home from the Japshow Lite. So what's the number on the back? Don't know. Make it up. Green lights, go. 2.4 seconds reaction time. See what I mean? Look. MR2 already back round for yet another run. So, seeing people head into their cars with bags in hand, that's a good sight to see. If you have supported any of our traders on site at Santa Pod Raceway today, we thank you very much. As you can imagine, much like everyone else, they had a tough 2020, not really doing any trading. While we did manage to open up for a few shows last year, I'm pretty sure we really didn't have any traders on site due to COVID regulations. So it's good to see them all back here and start seeing our trade areas starting to fill up again. The more you spend, the more they come back for all the different shows. Good little side-by-side race here. The MR2 is going to get there first with an 11.97 at 115 to a 12.08 at 122. I'll tell you what, the Alpha, I think he only signed on at about 4 o'clock. He's on run number 6 already. That man listened. That's not bad, is it? If you just sat down and watched the Japshow Lite all day long, and then at like 3:30 you went, you know what, I'm going to go do a few runs. If you managed to get 10 runs in the final hour, that's just bang on. In fact, you could probably get still signed on now and get 5 runs in. I wouldn't advise it though, because it is like 22 minutes to go by the time you signed on. Might be a bit late for that. But as I said earlier, if you are packing up and heading off home, thank you very much. I did tell you the sun was coming out this afternoon. Adam was pessimistic. He was trying to tell us the R word, but I said no. Put your sun cream on this morning, and hopefully you listen to me. We don't have to wear it in here. We're protected from the sun. But outside there, I see a few sensible people with umbrellas, using them to keep themselves shaded. If you do go home and you do find you have got a good old pod tan, if you put the photos onto Instagram, give it the hashtag of podface or podburn. We do like to laugh at them. And you never know, if you put Podstagram as well, the guys in the Santa Pod office might even share them, because we do love a positive post when you see someone who gets a little bit of a tan. Right, so getting a bit wild towards the end of the day. Corsa versus Fiesta. And the Corsa goes through the top end with an 11.56 at 120. Run number 14 for the K24 Turbo MR2, 11.24, target to beat. Gets through with a 12.07 at 109. That's the only downside to absolutely hot lapping in is everything in the engine bay gets hot. If you've got friends that are going round and literally getting run after run, do message them and go, check on your temperatures. It's one thing that people do start to forget. And if they're in a race car, I'll say, check your fuel. The amount of people on our private test days when they get to lap and lap, the amount of people that forget to check their fuel and run out. You have a run and they're like kangarooing down the track and they're like, oh, they broke it. And then it's like, what happened? They're like, I run out of fuel. Going to be a solo run for the BMW. On his 7th run of today. 13.53 being the best. This one goes through with a 1373 at 100. Do 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 do. Boo do boo do. Hot damn. Yeah. Alpha's back again. This time taking on the Skyline. Wait a minute. Do-do. Smallest amount of wheel spin there from the BMW. 94 at the 8th. It's going to put in a decent speed at the top end. Goes through with a 1275 at 119. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yes! Bit of Bananarama to finish off the day. We're going fully retro for the final 10 minutes of the Japshow Lite. Yes. So just quickly flicking on to our live streams for the last few minutes, have a flick through and see who's saying what. Thank you very much to Gavin Gibbs, who sent in 45 stars. A 2-week streak. You're on fire, my friend. That's what it says. Thank you very much for donating towards the live stream. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. Don't know if you've been watching all day or if you joined us late in the afternoon. But it's all appreciated. It all goes into the pot. As I flick on to our SantaPod TV live stream on Facebook as well and see who is there. Six Pack, tuned in from Alberta in Canada. Hopefully you're doing well over there. It is a beautiful day here. It's like 23 degrees. It probably feels like about 28 if you're out in the grandstands or on the bank with the heat beaming down on you. Hopefully everyone's got some sun cream on. If not, they can have some good old pod burn. And thankfully, we managed to avoid all of the rain. We did really well. We had a couple of little splatters, but other than that, completely gone, and it's all completely gone for the rest of the afternoon. So all the people that are staying over tonight, ready for tomorrow's private test day, we're going to have a lovely evening. A beautiful, beautiful sunset. Sit on the hill and watch the sun go down. And then we get to do it all again tomorrow for our test day. If you want to join us for the test day tomorrow and watch in, make sure you go to European Front Wheel Drive on Facebook. There will be a live stream, but it'll only be the single tower cam view from up here. Unfortunately, you won't be blessed with the full live stream experience that you get from SantaPod Raceway. But it's better than nothing. Or, if next time you want to come and join us on the private test day, there are limited available spots to come and spectate. Speak to Yam Racing on Facebook. Scott is the organizer, and he can advise you how to come and spectate at a private test day. Yep. Talking of sunset, Sunset Beach by the Sentinels. Very nice. Get that little guitar out. Alpha on the start line again. He's might as well get a season ticket. He's been down there so much. Run number 13. Is that El Toro? Yay! At some point, someone needs to let me know the driver's name of El Toro. Yet to meet said driver, so do not have a name to attach to it. Okay, good. Thumbs up. So, best run today from the El Toro Skyline was a 975. That's his straightest launch of the day as well. 147.60 foot at the 8th mile, doing 107. That's a bit down, but still goes through with a 9.99 at 138. But 147.60 foot. That car is gradually getting quicker and quicker. Come on, you know the words. Ooh, yeah. Feeling. Wow. Let's have a look, shall we? 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. Normally I'd say something like, you know, we'll run the few cars in the lanes, but there are no cars in the lanes, so they're literally coming down and getting a run. They're all on last runs. There we go. Don't it feel good, eh? Better pack me stuff up then, eh? Get ready for food. You're going to have to be worried tomorrow. Going for the Indian tonight. Going for the Vindaloo, and Adam, we're going to punish you tomorrow. Do. do. Oh, another shot into there. Well, my wastegate diaphragm has not been collected. It goes into... Oh, didn't he? It hit the rim and come back out. Into the bin. She's into the bin. I failed on today's Lost and Found. Right, BMW again. New thing. We're looking to beat the 12s. And this run goes through with... it is a solid 12.2 second car, that is. Da, da. Oh, look at that, look. So the best in show, the Corolla, even has its own trailer with pictures of the Corolla all sticking up on the side as well. He had a full setup. Oh, he had the barriers, he had the gazebo. I basically walked up this morning and I was like, that's best in show. He's already done it. Well. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, no cars in the lanes. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful journey home. Upload your photos, give it the hashtag of Podstagram. If you are in the pits and you are here for tomorrow's private test day, you are welcome to move your setups from the very top end of the pits down to behind the grandstand now, should you wish. Safe journey home, everybody. Shall see everyone else here tomorrow who is here for the private test day. If not, back again next Saturday for Saturday Night Special and BMW show.